sustainability tag?
So Cal has done a number of income from CalPERS is the largest source of their revenue to pay the bills, right? And if they don't get their investments, they're coming back to all the members, and that's everybody, including us. So, CalPERS has been around for a long, long time, and they'll continue to basically say, hey, if they're short, they continue to ask cities to pay more. They just basically say, your unfunded accrued liability is higher by 20%, so therefore your required annual contribution for the unfunded liability just grows. And that's the situation we have right now with that negative 6.1, which is really 7.5, negative return from this past year.
Right. The cities are underwriting the shortfall. That's how I count it. Yes, okay. Are we talking about some of the other things in the report, in the details?
I'm sorry, just in the first report, not in
Just the first report? Okay, then. Just in the mid-year, then I'm good for now. Councilman Jimenez?
Councilman Hindi.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Edmund. So according to the report now, we are projecting a 3.61 million surplus. And if I'm looking at these numbers, you pretty much could attribute that to the ARPA money, more or less, if you take everything else, right? And was the ARPA money budgeted that it's coming in or no?
Yes, it was. It was budgeted. We called it out specifically because it's not a regular stream of income that we have. This is the second tranche of our ARPA funding. And so we identify that in our budget as being really a one-time source of revenues that help us balance the budget. We actually balanced on paper when we adopted the budget with the ARPA money of $4.05 million. We had a $110,000 surplus, quote-unquote surplus. So, yes, it was all counted.
Okay. So, in other words, when we project now a $3.5 million surplus, that really is $3.5 million better than where we had projected.
Okay, wonderful. I know we have, at least I have, raised the question of looking at utilizing that ARPA money in different ways just to continue to, last year we also had a surplus, right? And we were talking about finding some money for economic development that will be put aside so we could have that extra money that we are getting, not from ARPA necessarily, but overall, right, from all the different buckets, we ended up with this surplus. But thanks to the ARPA, it's kind of giving us a big support, right, and balancing our budget. At what point are you going to be presenting something to us and some suggestions and some ideas on how we could look into these numbers?
Yeah, that's what happens on the next item on your agenda. We'll talk about the City Council's, policy or your philosophy moving forward on budgets after we get through the quarterly report. And that gives the staff the information that we need to go back and take a look at, okay, what are we going to do here? What's the council's policy when it comes to the budget? What are your leanings and priorities there so that we can go over and craft that budget?
No, I appreciate that, but I think at the previous years we have spoken about this, and I think we have given the direction, but we haven't seen anything. Not to your fault. Obviously, you were not at the helm at the time, but we had this kind of discussion before. It's kind of, I hate that whatever we'd have in discussions and we kind of more or less give in direction from council as to what we would like to see come back and ideas, and we have not gotten them. I think that's an opportunity really, we've seen other cities how they use some of that money, not all of it, right, to be creative and be in a way impactful to the community rather than just going into becoming a surplus in the general fund some way, one way or another.
You're talking specifically on the ARPA funds right now.
All right. And then the other thing, I'm going to probably go back a little bit to the workforce housing, and I'm going to assume that you have a very long wait list for the other affordable housing wait lists are very long. So I'm assuming this one for that 22 units is not any different and probably have more people than we could use for maybe a few years. I'm wondering if, because of the delays, and I appreciate your response as to how you are asking HIP Housing to kind of look at maybe 5 applicants rather than one at a time. Would it be possible to have at least, is it like most likely what is not qualifying them is the income or something else? Verifying the income qualification, what are they? And probably that's difficult because the income today when they apply is one thing, and then when their turn comes up, that income situation would have changed, and therefore the disqualification. So not much really you could do about that until their name come up. And we go on the list similar to every property, whoever is on the list in the order. Do we, I guess there's no need to publicize anything because we already have the people on the wait list.
We do have a number of people on the wait list. It's just that the waiting list has been set up very tediously where you have to go one by one. Till the time you haven't verified that person does not qualify, you cannot go to the next person. And that is what is taking a long time. Every time it takes about like a couple of days to verify the income. And then once that person is done with, then you go to the next one. That's why we're looking into these batches so that it's faster, it's quicker.
I'm wondering if it would be helpful and if it's even practical to kind of when people contact the applicants, and part of the application process is to request when and if your income changes to kind of notify us so we are making sure that we put through, I mean, I don't know, to kind of expedite your application when your name comes up. I don't know if that's helpful or not.
Definitely. Anything that we can expedite going through the list, I think that will help in renting these units.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is request them to update their income on a regular basis, like annually maybe, or 6 months. In this case, obviously, we have not been annual, but you know what I'm saying.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Before you leave, really quick, you've mentioned a couple times about the batching. Is that a rule that somebody else has imposed on us, or is that our rule on going one at a time as opposed to in batches of 5 or 10?
This is just the way we set up our wait list, and we did talk to HIP Housing. They said for other projects they do it in batches. So that's why we are looking. I think the first thing that I wanted to confirm was it by resolution that we adopted it? But I think there was no resolution for the way the waiting list works. So I think something that we should be able to change.
So just your direction to HIP Housing to go in groups of 5 or 10
Yes.
should be sufficient.
I hope. I think this is something that we're going to definitely make sure that our city attorney's office give us a green light that yes, this is the approach that we can go ahead with. But HIP Housing said that this is something that's common where they do it in batches of 5 and 10.
Good. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Hindi, did you have any other comments or questions?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
If I just ask one question, and that's the income, because we did lower the standard, and you did kind of allude that it was the income that was the basis. Are the people coming in more than qualified, underqualified, or not within the parameters of qualified? What is
I don't have specifics, but it's usually when they don't qualify, it is because of the income level.
Is it too high or is it too low? Because I'm trying to get a barometer, because the last year when we changed the barometer, I'm assuming we got more applicants.
I think it's usually people don't qualify because their income level is high. So I think that's, again, as I said, I do not have very specifics. I can look into it. I can definitely provide something to council if, or the information that I can, I can have HIP Housing give us like a short kind of a memo as in how many people are there on this waiting list and what are the issues that they're facing when it comes to qualification.
Because I know we're just monitoring it. We're really counting on HIP Housing to do the job for us,
Yes.
and I appreciate that. But I really am concerned because I hate to see come back to the council another 4 months and we still don't have them rented, and then we say, well, we need to either lower the standard or change the standard. So if we can kind of get a handle from HIP Housing on that to begin with, that would be great.
Definitely. As we said, staff is on it. This just came about, and we are definitely looking and working with HIP Housing to improve the way we look at our waiting list. So definitely something we'll
Now,
bring it
I
back
was
to.
told some of the delay was PG&E, but that was told to me by some people. So I think the mayor brought it up, and I think Councilman Mr. Giesel brought up too. If we can find out what caused the delays, in that, was that the occupancy, was it the electricity, was it the gas? What caused that problem that we had a delay? Because I don't think I have a clue.
I think as I said, the initial delay was regarding some of the key fobs not working, and we did have that issue. I think it got resolved in December. And then January, again, we started to look into it, and now we are, we just, as I said, now we realize that we're still not filling it, and we did express our concern with HIP housing, saying that, we definitely want these units to be filled in as soon as possible.
Okay, and one more question. I know when I advertise, it goes on Realtor.com, it goes on Google, it goes on Facebook, it goes on YouTube, it goes on everything. Does HIP housing do that too?
Yes, they do have their avenues that where they do.
So if I went on and searched that, I should be able to, or is it closed? Are the applications closed right now?
I don't, as I said, usually HIP housing is the one who's looking into it, and we have this established list. So as I said, I can definitely do a memo to City Council regarding this, like all the issues that we did talk today, as in why we are unable to fill, what was the reason. I can definitely...
and find out where the marketing is too, because 50% of those people that are on the list don't qualify anyway. Where they found the place by now?
Vice Mayor, I think what I've heard is that we have the list established. I don't think it's a case of needing to go out and advertise. It's a case of how quickly we can get through and make sure that they still qualify. Maybe they qualified at the time they applied, but they don't qualify anymore. So it's just getting through that list. And we don't set income standards. That's set by the state and county. What we adjusted was the rent level.
Yes.
Right? Okay. Thank you. Thanks. A really quick question for Edmund or Stefan regarding the DLF. We've been depending on, as I understand it, trying to get the governor to include it in the budget and whatnot. Is there any value to contacting one of our local legislators to write a bill to deal with that? Or does that hit the same difficult hurdle of just reaching out to the governor and saying, hey, can we have our money? It sounds like we're the only ones, right? It's just San Jose County?
Besides, we are the largest one. I believe Napa County falls in the same category. But we've been at this for a couple of years now. This DLF shortfall has been with us for, if my memory serves me correctly, 3 years. So we've contacted, the electeds. We have our lobbyists actually working with that. San Mateo County has their lobbyists. So we've done a lot of work, but the folks up in Sacramento have not necessarily been the most cooperative. Let's put it this way.
All right. Thank you. That provides additional information. I appreciate that. All right. If there's no other comments or questions, looking for a motion to receive and accept the report by way of order.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve and receive and accept the report. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries 5-0. Next item, please.
Item 5.2, preparation of the fiscal year 2023-2024 annual budget and 5-year financial plan. Anyone who wants to provide a public comment, please provide a speaker slip or raise your hand on Zoom.
Thank you. Edmund?
Thank you, Mayor. So this is really the start of the process of the budget, right, where the City Council, at the end of this whole process, has crafted really that planning document, that policy document, that communication document to staff, to the public, to all interested parties. Traditionally, we've come to the City Council to do a check-in in terms of, are some of these policies that we've had over past years, are they still relevant? Are they still valid? Are there any tweaks that the City Council would like to make? given current conditions or changes in circumstances. So with that, I'm going to kind of go over each and every one of these policy considerations, and feel free to hit the pause button, so to speak, so that we can have dialogue on it, because at the end of the day, we're looking for a minute order that confirms the City Council's direction.
Edwin, why don't you're going to go over the 6? Or there's 6 of them, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. Why don't we go over one at a time, see if there's any comments or agreement with it, and then we can move on to the next one?
Yes.
Does that work? Thank you.
I agree. Yes. So the first one is service level expectation. I mean, there's a little bit of framework. Maybe I'll briefly touch on that. Traditionally, the City Council has looked at budgets as really an opportunity to make sure that we are fiscally sustainable, right? And there's two components of that. One component of that is how much reserves do we have, right? And reserves are not universal. I mean, just one agency's reserve policy doesn't mean that it's universally the same for other agencies, because each agency may have different risks inherent in where they're located, financial conditions, economic conditions, and really specific circumstances. So two key kind of foundational pieces is that does the City Council still want to look at these budgets as really one in which you're looking for a balanced budget, meaning that the revenues are adequate to pay for the expenditures, right? Because the City Council is well aware that we have a structural deficit on paper, right? So, we may be in a situation where the revenues may not be able to cover all the expenditures when all the computations have been made. So wanted to share that. The other one is the reserve level. We have a policy. City Council adopted a policy many years ago on our reserve policy. General fund and reserve policy primarily is obviously the key one, because it is our operating budget. Right? It pays for our day-to-day expenditures, whether it's public safety, public works, streets, administration, community development, et cetera, like Park and Rec. And that policy has been to maintain a minimum of 4 to 6 months. However, over the last X number of years, we've maintained a higher level. We've maintained it up to 100%, and we've been coming to City Council once we exceeded that 100% to check in with the City Council how they want to use that other definition of surplus. And we've used these surpluses, by the way, for different things, including establishing a different fund called a facilities replacement fund, as an example. We've used it to pay down some of our CalPERS liability. We used it to enhance our building internal services fund, et cetera, et cetera. So just keeping those items kind of in the back of your mind as we go over these 6 priorities, it's important, because at the end of the day, you may want to give us confirmation of these things, right? Because that kind of drives how we're going to build a budget, right? Because the city managers have to think about, okay, what do we need to make sure that we're complying with that direction? So with that, I'll go into the specific policies or the 6 elements, policy considerations. First one is service level expectations, right? We are, as City Council, is well aware of the fact that we are a service-based organization, right? It's personnel, right? At the end of the day, most of our expenditures are that. If you add back the fire personnel that we kind of, substituted in terms of, creating the fire JPA, it's probably closer to like 78%. Without that, it's 60+%, 62% of that. So in order to maintain those service levels, the city manager, in conjunction with conversations with the department heads, do look at, okay, how do we maintain those service levels, right? And it's a very challenging environment right now, and the city manager can, I'm sure, opine on that, because while we have authorized positions, we can't fill them, right? And that creates this gap where, we could be falling behind, right, in certain areas, because there's just lack of personnel to actually do the work. And in your vision and policy sessions, you provided some direction, right? You provided some direction, as an example, on economic development, manager. So some clarity on where not, it's not in this year's budget, as an example, right? So we need, at least for me, I need some clarification, and I suspect the city manager needs some clarification. Is this something that you're asking staff to put into the budget, right? Or are you looking to accelerate that? Something, as an example, consideration. So, having said that, I'll pause and get some feedback, or city manager and I get some feedback from you in terms of service levels. As far as I understand, the service levels that we currently have from the various departments are still intact. And so wanted to check in with the city council on that element.
Thank you, Edmund. Any comments or questions? Councilman Hindi.
Thank you. Thanks, Edmund. So service level, obviously, it's not just what we believe or what I believe. Others could have different opinions. It's really what the community expects from us, and the community expects from us no less than what we have been providing for many years and decades. And I think it's our job to at least maintain that, and hopefully, if we can, improve it. But I want to kind of touch a little bit on the overall, on the budget approach, because I'm looking at what we have. And it's most of the revenue enhancement measures seems like focus on taxes one way or another, whether it's sales tax, whether it's business license tax, or TOT, or whatever the case might be. I think those are great things to do and to consider, right? But I see, what I want to advocate for is explore how we could bring revenue, whether it is, through the economic development, whether it's through businesses that will come in, businesses that would be heavy in sales tax, perhaps how can we attract those kind of folks? Should that be our focus? Because at one point or another, especially given the inflation that we are having and the hard time people are feeling, as much as we want to pass more taxes, it's really people are already overwhelmed with the cost of living in here, in the Bay Area. So I look forward for staff to kind of bring us ideas of how we could really diversify our approach on revenue enhancement, not just the tax component of it. So we could provide that level of service that is expected out of us and that we would like to provide. That help?
Yes, it does. It's actually getting into the second item where we talk about revenue, the revenue component there, right? And since we're on that, I'll highlight it briefly. About 90...
Let's wait 1 second. Vice Mayor, did you have a comment?
Yeah, my comment is I concur with Councilman Hindi. We've talked about the economic development, the TOT, the sales taxes, and we are in a sensitive time. If you've gone out to restaurants now, you can see where they're adding either the tip in or where they're adding some. So I think it's going to be a difficult plunge until we get a really economic development plan together, more than just what we're talking. I greatly appreciate the thoroughness of your budget. You're down to, we're up on sales tax, we're up on TOT in comparison to the year before, and that's a great start. But once we're through the tranches of the money that we've been given from the state, we're going to be in maybe some serious problems about figuring out another economic development plan, even bigger than what Sam said, I think. Thanks, Sam.
Yeah, I'm on item 1, right? Thank you. The one comment I have is we're getting a little long in the tooth in our infrastructure. I'm driving down Foster City, and I keep forgetting that there's a route that's just coming right out of the Foster City Boulevard. That's raising havoc with my undercarriage. But it reminds me of I think we need to take a hard look at the aging part of infrastructure. Roads and more. And that to me is the service level.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, we're service industry.
I think we need to focus on our service levels. And I don't know if by service levels we're talking, I mean, we kind of get talking about staff later, but for me, when I think of service levels, it's important that we maintain our staffing levels. It's important that we add those key people into the spaces that we're missing. It's been a rough couple of years. We've had quite a bit of turnover, and I think that our focus needs to be let's get our foundation right, and that starts with the staff. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Thank you, Keith. Go ahead.
Just a quick comment, Mr. Mayor. I mean, I think this is a study session, right? So I don't want us to be so narrow in our approach and sharing our ideas and thoughts about just the item that level of service and cannot speak about anything, or the expectation not to speak about anything else. I think this is, you really want to, I mean, that's the purpose of study session, to have a free discussion so long as it is within the subject matter, which is the budget, unless you differ.
Yeah, if you have, I guess the thought was is if we got through number one and we had an agreement on what we wanted to do with number one, then we get to number two, we have comments on number two. In the end, we can do by minute order based on the information we've supplied during each of these discussions, right? So if there was something, because I have a comment or two that probably won't fall into any one of these categories that we'll need to talk about at the end.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I'm just kind of, making, just letting my colleagues know that I'm not kind of going off topic. It's really within the topic, even though it's not in that same compartment that we are being discussing, because they are all related, and we are, it's really more of a holistic view, and then you get to the 1, 1, 1, 1.
Did you have an additional?
I don't have any more. I shared my thoughts, but that's in case anyone's wondering why, I'm going more at the level of this.
All right. The comment I would have is I think we discussed it at the policy setting meeting about the economic development manager. So we have someone that's setting our economic development agenda for us, or helping us with that. I put a question in to staff before the meeting, and I'm not going to put anybody on the spot now, but just a thought, is that we look at those positions that have been vacant for 12 months or more and assess the impact that that's had. In some cases, it impacts other current staff to fill in, so there's a lot of overtime, there's burnout. That's a negative impact that needs to be mitigated. Service level. Is our service level able to stay where we've historically had it, minus that position? Have we been able to deal with that without any other impacts? Those types of factors might indicate that maybe that's not a position that we need. I'm not going to suspect that there's one or a bunch of those, but just something I think we honestly need to look at. It's not just because it's been vacant for a year, because I understand what you said and has been said to us over the last couple of years, that there's a significant difficulty in hiring. So I know it's not, we haven't left these vacant by choice. I get that.
Thank you for that. And, I think you're all right, and Sam kind of hit on this. Service levels does go far beyond just the number of employees that you have working for the city. And we're looking at this from a very holistic approach, and that includes, economic development, and what kind of investment are you making in economic development to help cover the service level expectations that you have. Revenues being generated has a lot to do with that, because we do need to operate within a budget. And so this is actually wonderful feedback that we're getting. I think what I'm hearing, overly summarized maybe, is that the service levels where they're at right now, you certainly don't want to lower service levels. If anything, you want to continue to look at areas where we need to increase service levels. Long in the tooth, as you mentioned, on our infrastructure, and being able to continuing to provide that service may mean an additional investment to keep those levels where they're at or increase that. As infrastructure ages, oftentimes it takes more money now to get that taken care of. Now, we're very good with our roads here. Our can't remember what it's called, but our road classification is quite high compared to other cities, much higher than most. So we're doing a pretty good job of maintaining that particular infrastructure, but there are other things that are aging that are going to require some additional investment. So I think the message I'm getting is, yeah, service levels, that's something that's high on the council's priority list and concern. Don't allow those things to suffer. Whether we need to contract out or however we do it, throwing more manpower behind it, technology, whatever it is, more economic development to bring in the revenues, whatever it is, we need to maintain or increase service levels. Am I feeling that correctly?
I think that does summarize it well. And it goes for our appearance as well. You know, we talk about our roads. Well, we do a good job with our roads. We have what I would call spot issues.
Yes.
You know, and we know what those spot issues are from. It's from trees most of the time. But we get on occasion, or at least I have, regarding curb painting.
Yeah.
You know, and how their perception was it's different now than it was before. And just a general appearance. You and I have had this discussion before that
sidewalks alone and what happens and how do we handle those? These are service levels.
Right. What impression do we give to people coming to our community? What impression do we give to applicants who are coming for job interviews at City Hall when they're coming in and what they see? And we want to continue to have employees that are proud of the output and what they're doing, and having our residents in agreement that that's the pride in what we have. All right, so let's go on to the second item on revenue models.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of revenue models, one thing that's really significant, most of the revenues we don't have direct control over. They're taxes, so they really are a function of approval from the taxpayer. And some of that stuff is baked into legislation. Like we can't change property tax rates. It's a state law in terms of how property rates are set up and what portion does each agency or each taxing entity gets. That's all predefined. So, you know, with almost 90% of that being taxes, shows that we really have pretty minimal control over, you know, our overall revenues. One thing that we are working on as part of our kind of recurring process in terms of best practices is we're reviewing our cost allocation plan and fee study. We're doing a fee study. So this fee study allows us to understand, you know, with the help of a consultant, what is our maximum cost recovery for the different services that we provide. At the end of that process, department heads look at their respective services that they provide, and they're going to be recommending to the City Council, based on all kinds of different criteria, a level that doesn't exceed the cost of providing the service. And the City Council is going to obviously provide direction. What are they comfortable in terms of the cost recovery metric, right, for all these different departments. So that's something that will be coming to the City Council, you know, within the next month plus on that. But having said that, I want to go back a little bit to taxes, right? I mean, we did explore taxes this last cycle, and one thing the City Council, I believe, is well versed of is that, you know, at the end of the day, these tax measures, they, absent of a financial emergency, they can come before the voters at the same time there's actually an election of the governing board. So it's even number years, so we're looking at November of 2024 for, you know, if we were to consider actually putting a ballot measure, with the county there. So, and City Council has already identified some of those, you know, different tax measures, or whether it's TOT, sales tax, or business license tax, and I believe there was some direction given by the City Council at the Vision and Policy Summit in terms of looking at business license tax, and so I do have that in the notes that was shared by the City Manager with the City staff. So again, I'll let the City Council have additional discussions on this topic. So I'll pause. for the mayor to kind of have that conversation with the rest of the members.
Councilman Hindi?
Thank you. Just touching, I know you mentioned on the fee study that we'll be bringing it in later, but since we are on the topic of revenues and that's part of it, what is a good practice? How often do you review those fee studies? Extending those fees that you are doing?
Yeah, it's the best practice is generally 5 to 6 years, and that's where we are at.
It's been about 5 years since we did the last one, if I recall correctly.
That's correct. It's actually 6 years, but you are correct.
Okay, thank you.
Questions? All right, I just have a couple really quick ones. The state limits us, if I remember correctly, on some of these franchise fees regarding cable and video, I think you said in the report. Is the same, we're restricted as well with all these cell sites that are doing that too, as to how much we can charge, and we don't have very much input allowed as to where and when type of thing. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. The federal government basically oversees the regulations relating to cell phone towers. There's also some state regulations, but primarily the federal government regulates the amount that can be charged for cell sites.
And we're maximizing that right now, as far as we know?
As far as I know, I'd have to look at the fee schedule again to see, but it's not a lot that can be recovered.
All right. And Mr. City Manager, is this the proper time, or should we wait till the fee meeting regarding the sidewalk discussion?
I mean, it's all related to this, so it's your prerogative. If these, it is kind of a roundtable discussion, so feel free as these things come up to discuss it. Let's get into it.
Okay. I was looking at the city program regarding sidewalk repairs, and I had inquired as to, in our program it says that we contract with a company, a resident is permitted to use that contracted amount, but there's an administrative fee. The administrative fee for doing a sidewalk repair project is $419. And one of the things that I had heard from one of our employees who deals with this on a regular basis is it's not unusual. We reach out to people when we find out that a sidewalk is out of compliance, basically. It's so far removed. And we get kind of a response like, gosh, it's kind of expensive to do this. And the way I looked at it was, our cost seems pretty high to, whether it's one square or your entire sidewalk within your house, that can be cost prohibitive. And I think number one is I'd like to see how the number comes, how we arrive at that number. Maybe that fee study, if that's looking at all those, that one would be in there. And then I would encourage a discussion by council maybe when we get to the fee schedule as to whether we want to charge that or not. But again, I don't know all that goes into it, so I need to know those things to see what kind of recovery there is. And I think we're fairly limited on talking about the my entire concern in public. But I think we really want to encourage people to make these repairs. And just like we've done with solar, where we really want people to do solar, so we've waived those fees, I think it's something we may need to consider.
Yeah. You're talking about the administrative fee only, right?
Obviously, this is a wonderful topic of discussion as you get into the budget. Cost recovery is what we aim for when we're looking at those fees. But there is a balance there of recovering all of our costs versus demotivating people to go in there and pay and do these projects that need to be done. And how do you balance that out? So that's something that we look at. Obviously, with things like that, it's a little easier. There are other areas that we need to look at with fees, user fees, and try to determine if those fees are competitive with other cities. If they're in line, they are justifiable. There's a nexus in there that we need to look at. So it's a little more complex than just, this is how much it costs, charge that. That's important. You can't go beyond that. But
Right, but we may, in some cases, we may have other considerations, risk aversion, things like that we want to be careful of. We want to encourage people to fix this.
It's not a moneymaker. It's not considered a moneymaker.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I could have a clarification, I had a sidewalk repaired, but it was a consequence of AT&T. So did AT&T have to pay a fee?
Yes.
Okay, and then this kind of goes into another situation when they obviously contracted it to an independent contractor. It wasn't just my experience with the independent contractor, because the shortage of help was, you might say, a little bit negligent in protecting the sidewalk, and the city was, I called the Public Works, and they did a great job. They made sure they had flashing lights out there. But with the shortage that we have of staff, and with the shortage of these independent contractors, I think we need to be real cautious at this point when we look at it, Mr. Mayor and Council, because I do have some concerns, because I've had other citizens tell me too, whether it's AT&T or whether it's Comcast, or maybe an independent person just putting in a sidewalk for a resident too. So I think I look forward to having that discussion.
No, I agree with you about safety. I'm sure that those are conditions that go with permits and things that people get.
Just remember that as we take a look at these fees, though, there's a cost to the city when an application is submitted. And our aim is to recover that cost, whether it's a single square of sidewalk or an entire block, there's a cost. Now, you're right. As we're trying to recover the cost, what does that do for actually getting the project done? Does that motivate somebody not to do it? And that's a wonderful discussion that we'll have as we get it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Maybe, so that'll be something we'll do when the fee schedule comes in.
Somebody has to pay for that, whether it's paid for out of the person that's doing the project, or whether that's taken out of your property tax, your general fund. It's got to be paid for one way or the other.
No, I understand that, but I'm trying to be cautious about what I'm saying.
But I know where you're going through. Some of it looks like it's not balanced. You've got a smaller project that needs to be done by that. You look at the administrative costs. It feels like you're telling somebody, don't replace that square, leave it like it is, because the city's telling you not to at the cost of the administrative.
We need to encourage people to get these done. We need to push that they get fixed. We've had a situation where over the years, it's always been assumed, or by ordinance, that responsibility rests with the adjacent property owner. And we have found out recently that not always.
Yeah, so that's going to be part of your strategic discussion as you get into some of these individual fees on what you want to accomplish and what's the best way to do that. And is cost recovery the highest priority? Is there something else that trumps that a little bit? You need to bring that down, and you're going to have a wonderful discussion about that.
All right. Thank you. Yes, Councilman Jimenez. I'm sorry? Yes, absolutely.
So I just wanted to make sure as we talk about revenue models, things like, TOT, I want to keep that where we're at, because I don't think we need to necessarily, especially with hotels still trying to get through the pandemic and make their way through, I don't want to create a situation where people aren't comfortable with it, right? There's that sweet spot, and I think we found it. Business license tax, I definitely want to encourage you to push forward, and let's see that brought forward. When we're talking about franchise fees, when we talk about things that we can control, I think there are some missed opportunities, and this is maybe where, going back to service levels, where we really would need someone to look into that. But things like monetization of what we're doing, ways that we can, ways that we're missing out, and it's smaller pockets of money, but it's still money that I think we're missing out on, and it would be great to see where we can go with that in terms of maybe it's parking fees or boat launch fees or whatever it is. But I think our lagoon is going to be quite expensive in the next few years, so it would be great to see where we can go with some of those fees that maybe we're missing.
Thanks.
want to go back a little bit to the sidewalk we were talking about. So if that comes back to us for the request, it would be helpful for me if we get an idea of how much annually in administrative fees on average we get. So we're talking about a number if we were to be, subsidizing one way or another or whichever part of it. That would help us kind of put a number. What is it we're talking about that's going to be coming out of the budget, right? With the understanding what the motivation of it is, maybe it's not just money. If we have a safe sidewalk, maybe more than whatever that amount might be. But also I think while we are on the topic, what might be helpful, many property owners have no idea that it's their responsibility. I wonder if we can be proactive in just informing property owners, by the way, the sidewalk in front of your house is your responsibility and what is the city's responsibility. It just kind of, because people probably see it every day when they go in and out of their house, but they have no idea that it's theirs until somebody sends them a letter when it becomes their problem.
Yeah, and it's interesting, that's the case in every city I've ever worked for. Citizens are surprised that they're responsible for fixing those sidewalks when they damage it or the other contractor is. It's their responsibility to replace that when it needs to.
Thanks, Mayor.
The question is probably of council. So on the situation, I gave you an example of AT&T. They're repairing the sidewalk and they need to do it. Am I as a homeowner responsible as well as AT&T? Because obviously it wasn't a city thing. And the only reason I bring it up is there was quite a few people, whether they were using AT&T or Comcast, when it had to do with fiber optics and they had to repair the sidewalk.
If I'm a citizen and AT&T is running a line through an easement and they damage the sidewalk in the process of doing that and walk away and not do anything, I'm taking pictures, sending that to AT&T, informing the city that that's done. I don't plan on paying that as the property owner. That should fall on AT&T.
Well, that's what
or whoever it is that's in that easement doing that.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
All right. And then let's go ahead and move on to item number 3.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So item 3 is employee compensation model. There's a couple of things going on this particular topic. City Council is well aware of the fact that we are in the process of hopefully completing our classification and compensation study that provides a framework for the City Council to hopefully provide some policy on that. We're also having, looking at the fact that we have expiring MOUs at the end of June, at the end of the current fiscal year, at the end of June 30th. We got direction from the city manager to, put in a placeholder in our budget, in our upcoming budget, 2%. And again, I want to emphasize this is a placeholder that he's giving instructions for staff.
And let me explain that real quick. The 2%, we're not saying that that's what it's going to be, but that's been the traditional placeholder every year, is just 2% in there. We do that because we've not had the negotiations with those collective bargaining units at this time. And you need to give an opportunity to have those meetings and to work that out before we get really cavalier and say, here's how much we're planning on spending before you've even negotiated with them. So that's the way it works. And what I would suggest, Council, is there may be lots of questions on this particular one, but we do have a closed session next week that is agendized, and I would ask that you, my suggestion is that we hold off until we have that. The numbers, we'll be discussing numbers from the comp study and some other things, and we'll be getting your direction on policy and philosophy in that meeting.
Yeah, I just have one question. Is that study on schedule?
Depends on whose schedule you're talking about. It's we're on schedule with my schedule since I've arrived and getting this thing wrapped up, but it has been a lengthy process. Maybe So we're wrapping that up now. There's been a lot of things that have put some of that on hold, and frankly, a lot of it has been turnover. Turnover in the city manager's office has not helped that. Turnover in other areas, and so we are wrapping that up. We also had to go back because of the length to, and you already know this because you did an amendment to the contract so that we could get more up-to-date numbers. So we are now wrapping it up.
Yeah, my question was more related to, we got contracts coming out, and so we've got some drop dead dates here. Okay. Thank you.
So nobody takes a government job for the money. Let's be clear. But I want to make sure. I don't even know what you can be making in the private sector, so let's not go there, right? So this is one of those things I think that after, again, the last couple of years that we've had, the shortages in trying to find and recruit and retain quality employment, this is where you spend the money. My grandmother used to say, if you're going to buy a suit, buy the best one you can and have it for a really long time. And I kind of feel like that about employees, right? Let's spend the money. Let's do what we need to do to keep quality people in place. And I think that may be some, one-time adjustments. If we need to consider making those, I would be willing to entertain that conversation. And then,
I just think we need to be careful about how far we go with potential closed session topics.
Okay, yeah, and I'm just saying, they asked for direction, and I said the direction is this is where one of those pieces of the budget where I would be willing to spend more money and look at ways that we can maybe, contract in other areas.
When it comes to employee retention, you all know this, it's more expensive to replace people than to pay a fair salary, a fair wage, and compensation to bring in the right people. So we like to limit that if we can. So lots of challenges there, though, and your closed session will get into some of that.
Yes, Mayor?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I could kind of direct a question, we've kind of beat around the bush, so to speak, and we're all looking for new employees. If we had to put a figure, are we down about a third of the employees that we need to run an efficient?
I would suggest that you're going to get some information next week, and then we'll publish that.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that.
There's a lot of preliminary numbers, but they're very preliminary at this point.
Okay, thanks very much. Appreciate it.
All right, I'll just make one very high-level comment on this is we typically budget conservatively, and that's a concern I have. All right? Let's move on to item number 4, please.
I'll just restate, the 2% placeholder, that's just a placeholder. We are not making any statements about whether we would go above that or under that or anything in between. It's just, you're right, and I know what you're saying. You're not attributing it to that, but I just want to make sure it's clear for anybody out there listening. That 2% it's pretty meaningless, to be frank.
Thank you, Mayor. Next topic is CIP. The city has two basic CIP funds. One is what we call the city CIP, and then the other ones are the enterprise fund CIPs. There has been policy and direction on how we do our CIP, and I think in comparing ourselves to other agencies, the policy that we have in place is probably one of the better ones because we try very hard to ensure that there is money available when we establish and identify CIP projects. How we go about doing that is really looking at a 15-year funding model. And that funding model really requires staff to diligently look at what they forecast as CIP needs over that 15-year horizon. It used to be 10, and we stretched it because we wanted to make sure that we had a longer time horizon, and it obviously is arguably a better budget practice, albeit with a little bit of caveat. Obviously, the longer you go out, the more estimates are in place. But having said that, That model suggests that we then fund this model over our 5-year plan and beyond to make sure there's monies available to do each and every one of these CIP projects, with the exception of those projects that really require, a very large amount of funding, such as our levee project, such as our joint project with the City of San Mateo for the wastewater treatment plant, right? Those actually do need, such a large infill of money, if I may, that we have to really find another source of funding, or there's just not enough reserves that we can collect over time to pay for these large projects. But with that said, that's going to be part of your budget, that we will do those calculations, identify those projects over that 15-year horizon, and then do the calculation to make sure that the operating fund is contributing sufficiently to the CIP funds so that these monies are in place so that these individual CIP projects are completed with monies on hand. So as a reference, the current year's CIP contribution from the general fund is $3.5 million. We've already done most of the work for the CIP because that staff report is coming to the City Council as part of the next budget study session at the tail end of March, that last Monday of March. So if you want to check in that philosophy, that policy, is something that you want to continue with because it's significant, right? At the end of the day, funding CIPs are usually a big ticket, and there are many cities who have identified CIP projects, but they call it unfunded because they literally do not have money to do that, which is what I think separates us from other cities, right? That we really are, setting aside those monies for that purpose. Now, having said that, again, we do the same for our 2 enterprise funds also, right? The funding for the enterprise funds obviously are from ratepayers. Right? It's a totally different source of funding. We do not commingle our enterprise funds with our general fund for either operating nor capital or anything else. They are all separated and they're kept in separate funds for the specific purpose of delineating the funding sources and the requirements. We don't commingle. So as we embark on this whole process, we will confirm with the City Council on that. There's a project that you guys are going to be looking at in the next regular City Council meeting, and that's the levee project, right? There's some funding requests that may be forthcoming that I believe the City Council is well aware of.
So Council, as you take a look at the CIP stuff, what we're looking for tonight is if you are comfortable with the processes that we have followed in the past, and if you want to continue that, as we set aside money each year for our CIP funds and those other reserves, the ones in the enterprise funds as well, if that's a practice you want to continue on doing. You'll have opportunity to discuss each individual capital project as it comes before you, but you like the tone that we've been following, and it would be my suggestion that you continue to do that. You've done a good job of that, and you need to carry that forward. You would not have things like frankly, a rec center project coming up right now had you not had the foresight to do this. And you've got some other projects. So.
Thank you for that. That was my next statement for us. Are there any questions about how the process works or any recommended changes to the process?
Not necessarily a question, but it's really a comment, and I think it's an important comment to highlight and put the spotlight on what Edmund and Stefan just talked about. The foresight that the council, past and present, that have had, this is an exemplary budget practice that so many cities fail to do for whatever reason. They have their own special circumstances. But our ability to deliver the level of service that we talk about, number one, really hinges on this one. This planning for 15 years, not only planning, but also committing the appropriate funds, allows us to deliver that level of service to our community at any moment, because we are planning. By the time that project comes in and becomes mature, that fund has had the needed money to make it happen. Because you could plan for whatever you want, but if you cannot fund it, it's meaningless. So this is really the mechanism that we have been using, and it has been used before I got to council. It continues to be, and hopefully it will continue for those who come after us to do it. Because really this is the bread and butter of what we do.
Well stated. Do you have a comment?
Yeah, let me continue with that. I don't know when this was started, and I go back to 2000. I can't tell, but after looking at it and being a finance guy, it makes total sense. I'll roll around the carpet if anybody wants to change it. Yeah, I support it 100%.
I would agree. I think this is what really separates us from our competitors, so to speak, in the industry. With that, Vice Mayor?
I just want to make a comment. I think it's a wonderful way, because if you notice in our budget what we do, if we put it aside and we don't use it for that project, we carry it forward. And we may make a decision to use it somewhere else. So there's some real extreme flexibility in that too. So I think the public needs to know that too, because sometimes we make a decision that we don't want to expend that money and we can use it for another project. Thank you.
I'm not sure what I've heard so far really describes the process. We've alluded to it. I mean, if we can get something put together in a presentation form of how it's done. Because like I said, I didn't hear it in our conversation.
The simplified thing is you're setting aside money every year in the budget process to go towards capital improvement projects. And it's, I think, $3.5 million. Is that what it was, Edmund? This year?
Yeah,
this is
current year, 3.5. Yes.
Obviously, that money doesn't cover everything, but you're building that up, and then a combination of other funding mechanisms. You may need to go out, for example, the levy project was $90 million in bonding that you received approval for. You've also allocated $10 million, up to $10 million, in that CIP money, where you're putting the 3.5 or however much it is each year into. That helps offset the cost. Without that, you would have bonded for a lot more than the $90 million. And so that gives sometimes some of these bigger projects some additional money to go towards it, so you don't have to finance all of it through bonding. Your rec center, you're taking a significant amount of reserve money that, and we're going to talk about reserve policy on number 6, but because that's been built up, the council's decision previously was to utilize some of that to help offset the cost of that. So that's really what it is. There are different funding mechanisms for it, but you're setting aside money each year to go towards your CIP to fund some of these projects, and then we prioritize those capital projects. And we bring a CIP, 5-year plan or whatever it is to the council to take a look at, and we talk about how those things will be funded.
Yeah, I wasn't from my bench, but I understand.
Yeah, that's what the public needs to know.
The audience and
Yeah, I think it's very similar to the next item with the internal service fund. We determine those high-priced items, how long they're going to last, what we project the cost to be, and we amortize that over those years so that we put even amounts away. Kind of the reverse process of getting a loan, right? We're loaning ourselves the money in advance, setting it aside so we have it. So it sounds like everybody's in full agreement with that one, staying the way it is. Let's move on to number 5, please.
Yes, internal service fund. So, as the mayor just mentioned, it's very similar. It's also like a smoothing method, right? We basically set aside money every year. It's an even amount of money so that we don't have these big spikes and peaks and valleys, so to speak. And that commitment is over the duration of these assets. We've learned over the years that we don't necessarily need the 100%, so that's why we have an 85% charge rate, recovery rate, so to speak, right? Because we sometimes these assets extend longer than what the original useful lives are. So by having these extra couple of years helps us save that money, right, for another need potentially. And a small component of it, but nevertheless it's still a component, is that there's also interest income associated with whatever the balances are, right? So these things help us actually maintain generally very healthy internal service funds, right? So that it's the same situation, that when it's time for these assets to be replaced, whether it's a vehicle or a piece of equipment, the money's there. The money's there for staff to move forward and make that recommendation as part of the budget process. We identify exactly which pieces of equipment are going to be replaced. We identify which vehicles are going to be replaced. And we take, direction from the City Council to make sure that, there's full understanding of it. There are two other components there that in our internal service funds that we got some direction from the City Council last year, and that's our post-health retirement fund called the PEMCA fund. Direction from the City Council last year was to go ahead and explore these Section 115 trusts. I believe the mayor serves as the liaison for the fire JPA. They're doing that right now. They're actually moving forward. I believe they got direction from the fire board to move forward with that, and in a way we're kind of doing the same. They're a little bit faster than us in terms of where they are in the process, but city staff is also going to look into that and identify a couple of vendors that do these 115 trusts and come back to the City Council and get direction whether or not to establish it. You can establish it, you don't have to fund it immediately, and once you establish it, we can fund based on policy direction from the City Council, how much to fund, and what level of funding. At the end of the day, the idea of these Section 115 trusts is that we're able to now put aside money and have those money earn a market rate of return. Because obviously, everything that we have in terms of surplus, quote-unquote surplus cash, we invest it as part of the overall pool. However, it's very restrictive. Government code restricts us in what we can actually put these monies to. And it's very limited to very, very safe and very short-term types of investments. So obviously the returns of those are going to be significantly less than a normal market.
What's the current LAIF return on LAIF right now? What are we, about 1% if we're lucky? Or
because of the interest rates skyrocketing, we're now, wow, 2+.
2+%. That's amazing. But there have been years when that's down to like a half or below 0.5%. You're not getting a great rate of return on that. So this allows you to get a little bit better rate of return, less restrictions.
But there are, if I may, there are some risks, right? It's same thing as I mentioned about CalPERS, right? You put into these asset classes that have potentially higher returns, there are also higher risks. Just like CalPERS can have a 21.3% investment in turn 1 year, and then 6.1 and really 7.5 in the next. So,
but that's why we have an investment policy.
That's correct.
All right, really quick. I'm going to really quick go first on this one, and then I'll pass it off. Just want to make sure that every so often we're checking to make sure that the self-insurance process we use is the best method. I know that there's a lot of pieces, moving parts on that, so I know it's not as easy as a person just changing their insurance company. I get that. On the items on the equipment replacement list, I know from past history that I know staff goes through and reassesses each of the items on the list to make sure the costs are approximately up to date. I think it's always good to take a look back within your organization, your area, to make sure that something hasn't been missed, maybe something has escalated in cost enough to get on the list. And especially those things that we get with grant funds. Sometimes I believe there was a process through finance. When we had an asset, there's a form you fill out, and they talk about whether it needs to be on the list or not. But just to take a look at those. The other one that I think we need to take a closer look at, just because of the environment, nothing related to staff, is our vehicles. And do we suspect that this condition that we're in right now, this environment that we just went through with those trucks, is that something we're going to experience longer term, that we should be setting aside a little bit more money? Should vehicles maybe for a period of time be higher than 85%? Should they be close to 100% just for a period of time to make sure that we have enough money for those? Because those are some of the more expensive items really on the list.
Yeah, and a lot of what we're looking at, that's just part of it. We've also talked about the electrification of our vehicles and what's that cost, and does what we're setting aside now cover if we're going to replace a diesel or a gas-powered truck or a vehicle with an electric one, is it the same or different? And so you're correct. We watch those things. We reevaluate each year and determine if that number is appropriate or if we need to do more with it. So thank you.
We just have a new environment with this, whatever the chips are and things like that. All right, I want first, I apologize. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to thank the city manager for bringing up the issue I brought up last year about the electric vehicles. The prices are coming down, so I look forward to seeing that vision coming up, too, and I know there's a lot of competition in there, too. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions?
I'll just comment really quickly. I think just for the public's point of view, too, there's a lot of things that we don't talk about by having this policy. It's great for our bond rating. It helps by having these funds available. It shows that we are fiscally healthy, and I think there's also a level of transparency, too, with our public. This is what we're saving for. These are the things that we're looking towards, and that really helps. And I think it's good for our long-term planning. I think that's important, too. I just want to make sure, again, to just kind of echo what our mayor said, are we keeping up with our forecasting and modeling and making sure that we're keeping track of what it is exactly we are replacing.
And also when we get there, based on the report we got at the fire board, the 115th and having money in there has an impact on how we report our assets and liabilities. I believe that is also positive, but that should, I would imagine, will be part of the report that you present when you bring back the 115.
Absolutely. The way accounting principles are set up, if you establish a trust, certain assumptions are made in terms of returns, and if you have a trust, they base it on whatever the trust's expected returns are. Versus without a trust, like in our situation, they're looking at a different measurement, which is substantially lower. So it looks like on the balance sheet that we have a higher liability if we don't have a trust, but you have a trust, and it looks like the liability all of a sudden shrunk.
Right. I guess that has to do with the fact that the money can't be used for other things. Even though we have the money set aside, we can still divert it. With the 115, we wouldn't be able to divert it, so we can show it that way.
Absolutely, yes. It's very important that the City Council, I believe the City Council is well aware when they gave us direction, these are irrevocable trusts. Once you put that trust in place and you put money into there, its sole purpose is to take care of retiree health, as an example.
All right, so let's move on to reserve policy.
Okay, so we're kind of toward the home stretch here. So reserve policy, as I indicated, on the general fund, it's basically 4 to 6 months, but informally we've been accumulating more than that. So our check-in, obviously, is with the City Council to make sure that that policy, the former policy, is still in place. By the way, we're still well above that policy at 82%. As we measure it as of the end of the last fiscal year. Similarly, we have reserve policies for our 2 enterprise funds at 25% level, and then our CIP, we also want to make sure that there's also a cushion there in case new projects surface. So there's a $2 million threshold, minimum dollar amount of reserves for our CIP funds. So the question in front of the City Council is to confirm that this policy is something that you want to continue moving forward in the upcoming fiscal year.
Is there any opposition to the policy? You want to comment? Go ahead.
Yeah, I do. I know what the 33 1/3% is, since it was my motion in 2009 and stood it. But the 50% was introduced after I left the council. What happened? What does the 50% do?
It just gives you a larger cushion, is what this does. The idea, and every city's policy is a little bit different, but most cities want to have a certain amount in reserve that covers expenses for a period of time in case of an emergency or something happens where revenues suddenly stop coming in for whatever reason. You still need to be able to pay the bills and take care of
I'm not
things.
talking about necessarily how much reserve we have. I'm talking about why is there an upper limit, or what sounds like 50% is an upper limit, but if you're trying to keep it in a range, okay, my question then is, what happens when you get to 60%? What happens to that 10%?
Yeah, again, it's a policy. What the policy does is it tells the staff that we need to keep in reserve between 4 and 6 months worth of operating money. And that's what it's doing is, I know some cities have a number. It's 50%. It's a minimum amount. The council, for whatever reason over time, has given a range that they're in here. I can tell you what it does is if we find ourselves now poking close to that 50%, we've got a little bit of buffer room before we bust the council's policy and we end up below it. So in other words, if we end up at 48, 47, we're still within the policy. And so there's no panic mode going on yet. Whereas if we have a minimum amount in the policy that says 50%, we get to 51, we're done. There's no, now, that may sound ridiculous as well, and you say, well, gee whiz, shouldn't you be doing that when you hit 60% if 50% is the minimum? Yeah, probably, but it's just one of those things that builds in a range instead of a hard number so that we can operate in that range somewhere. Because there could be times when you really are drawing down, and it does happen. There are some cities during the pandemic that they got into a massive of trouble, and they burned through their reserves quick, and they found suddenly that they were in a mess. Not this city, because you have been very prudent fiscally, but there are some cities in California that really got into it. So it's a policy decision. If you want to just set a number and get rid of the 33
No,
and the
it was a number.
Yeah.
I got it to go to a third and float with the expenses over time. That's how I...
My recommendation, if you're going to go with a number, don't go below 50. That's my recommendation. That's what I've done in the past. 50%.
Well, okay, I mean, I'm not...
That's just me, though, and it's
I'm
really one
trying to
of the policies.
why the range?
That's been there, I think that's been there for a little while. I don't know that everyone was on the show all the time, but, I mean, the bottom line is,
It doesn't impact how we do things here. It just gives us a little bit of a cushion.
it's not like it's a maximum, otherwise we wouldn't be in the terrible situation we're in now at 100%, or 90%.
So I think it kind of gives you a preferred number, minimum of 33, but preferably hit the 50, but don't go below 33.
It sets off the bells and whistles a little bit earlier. But, so everybody's fine with the policy where we're at?
I have a question. I'm fine with the policy, but I do have a question. I want to ask staff professional opinion on the $2 million for the wastewater CIP fund. Do you think, in your professional opinion, that is sufficient to keep that number, or do you see a need for it?
Yeah, it is sufficient. Wastewater CIP fund, it's kind of in a different state. The reason why I say that is because we have this gigantic project called the wastewater treatment plant, right? And we've been building up those reserves. You will see in the upcoming staff report the way we actually finance the wastewater treatment plant. We've done multiple financings. And at the end of the day, because a lot of these financings, the interest rates were lower than what we had originally kind of penciled in, we had some savings. And we're going to be using some cash to finish the project, right? Because we have the cash available in our operating fund. We'll be moving some of that money into the wastewater CIP fund to finish out specifically as one of the projects, the wastewater treatment plant project.
What do you project then you will have left in it?
We'll still have a very healthy balance even after using that or using a chunk of that money for the wastewater. And this is kind of planned. I mean, as our financial advisors look at this project and seeing the conditions change over the period of time, we were very fortunate, really, we actually were able to hit some of the lowest interest rates that were available when we got some of these financings, whether it's from the EPA on the WIFIA loan and or the state from our SRF loan. So, yes, there's going to be I don't have a number yet, but substantially above $2 million even after we spent some of that cash for the wastewater treatment plant.
Okay, so I could conclude that you're comfortable with what you have in there. You don't need more, and not worried about it.
No, not for the wastewater CIP.
I would, and I appreciate that question and validating that. But you're right. If we did, I wouldn't be shy about coming to you saying we need more in there. We need to bump that up, Council. But we're comfortable with that.
Part of the reason for boosting those reserves was to rate smooth, right? So that we're putting money in there to rate smooth what the increase is going to be. But don't we have to be careful on an enterprise fund like that about having too much reserve when you're setting rates and things?
No, that's a good point. So the wastewater treatment plant is the reason why we built up those reserves. So there's a specific nexus, if I may use the word, of why we build up that much money.
No, but specifically related to Councilmember Hindy's comment about $2 million, if we got that true reserve, I don't necessarily consider the excess money that we've been building up for the wastewater treatment plant as reserves necessarily. That's a rate smoothing pool of money. But the unallocated reserve money at $2 million, if you got that up to $3, $4, $5 million, wouldn't ratepayers really have some kind of opportunity to come back to the city and say, hey, listen, you can't justify a rate increase. You actually should be decreasing our rates because of how much you have?
It doesn't look good oftentimes. Public perception, you're right, is part of the problem. When you're dealing with rate increases and things like that, and they look and they see you've got $20 million in reserve, why are you raising my rates? You've got plenty of money there. Unless you can justify it by, well, we have these other projects, but then it wouldn't necessarily be in reserve, it would be in a CIP. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Councilmember Jimenez.
Apologies, just a quick question. So we have this policy that says these funds aren't going to go under a certain amount, but we currently have several pockets of money where we have quite a bit more money. Is this a situation where we could have a discussion about what to do with that extra? I mean, we just took a big chunk of money for we're going to for the rec center, and by depleting those funds, can we maybe move some money around temporarily, or how does that work? What happens to that extra money?
Yeah, we look at those things all the time, although we have, I want to be clear, I get a little nervous when we start getting pretty close to what that minimum amount is, whether it's 50% or 33 1/3. We like to keep it above there, if we can. But it also provides us the opportunity, as that builds up, you're right, that you have some decisions to make. What do we do here with some of this extra, if you want to call it that, reserve that is available, and you've chosen to use a chunk of that for the recreation center rather than bonding for that or doing something else that gets very expensive. So these are all things that you get to determine on a regular basis. As you look at extra money in there, you bet. If there are some projects that you want to, the council is looking at maybe doing and you want to use reserve money, that's your prerogative to go in there and do that. You hold the purse strings. That's what you're there for. I can't spend that money. I just write the checks after you tell me I'm allowed to. And I write it for what you tell me I can. So,
Councilmember Jimenez, also on occasion, staff will assess these internal service funds, and at times they come back to us and say, we have more money than we need in one of them, and sometimes they move them around between internal service funds to balance things, or maybe they'll come to council. I think maybe on two occasions they've come to us and said, we've got an excess in the bank here in internal service funds. What do you want to do with it?
Oftentimes, one of the things we do is we'll come back with a recommendation to pay down the unfunded liability on the retirement stuff. That's a very common thing when you've got some extra money out there is to try and pay that down, get rid of that.
Yeah, no, I think that, Stacy, that's a very good question that you asked, and I think as healthy as we are as a city financially, you look at the liability column, the unfunded pension liability wipes everything out pretty much. So you could always have the luxury, if you can, to continue to hit on that one, and if you hopefully get to a point where you have so much, you could definitely try to pay that out. You know, what are we at, $98 million probably unfunded pension liability somewhere, and where are we now?
Yeah, with the negative returns, we're back up to $90+ million.
Yeah, so you could imagine how much, no matter how much you build, you still owe so much more.
Yeah, but I heard also about the asset acquisition fund that we bought down fairly far, that if we had some, that could be a consideration depending on what the best return on investment is, where we put those funds. All right, so it sounds like everybody's good with the reserve policy. I think that was number 6 on the top, but on the end of the report, there was also a number 6 for nonprofit funding. Did you want to hit that as well? And I can't remember, honestly, in here, I was trying to scan really quickly. Do you need a number tonight?
No, we're not looking for numbers or anything like that. I think one of the things that we look at nonprofits, and this is common in most cities, and I've seen different policies in each city that I've been involved with, is what's the city council's general feeling towards that? Some cities cut off giving money to nonprofits because they feel like these are the tax dollars and they don't want to do that. Others are all for that. They provide a great service, and any support that we can provide to some of these nonprofits that do wonderful work and wonderful services into the community is important, because without the cities being able to infuse a little bit of money towards them, they wouldn't be able to do what they're doing. And so what I get from the council is that you do want to continue to provide that. And so what happens here is you're going to have a discussion about, well, which ones and how much. And you'll get more into that. Tonight we just want to know that this is something the council continues to want to keep open.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. And if I recall, this was before you were here, Stefan, we had established some kind of policy or thing. Is that still in place? And maybe that's something we should bring up in the further discussion on the funding of it? Because I know we had said as a council body, and this is before Art and Stacy were here too, so we kind of review the process a little bit. Yeah. I think, John, you were quite instrumental in that too.
Yeah, I guess I did have one comment on the process, and I don't know if you want to do it now or you want to do another meeting. Just generally speaking, when there are objective standards to go by, I am absolutely fine asking staff to please help us with that, the assessment. I don't think it's fair of us to lay the burden of subjective decision-making on these things on staff. Not that I don't trust them, but that's a burden that really should rest on the shoulders of the council. And with that in mind, that would be one of the only suggested changes that I would have from last year, is kind of a melding of the last couple. We had talked, or the council had talked last year about the 60, 25, 15 split on the different categories. Staff was putting confirming what category they went in, and then they were assessing based on some criteria that they were looking at, a subjective number for each of the groups. The year before that, we were given the list. We assigned our numbers. We submitted them. They were averaged, and that started the basis for a discussion at a council meeting. I like the idea of, I'm fine with the categories, I'm fine with that, and knowing how much money is allocated each one based on the 60, 25, 15. But then when it comes to allocating the funds, I think it really should be something the council does. And one of the other things that we did, it didn't come into play last year because staff had done it, but the year before, is if you didn't get 3 council members giving funds to an organization, it was considered not a majority vote, and that organization didn't get funded. I would like to see us go back to that kind of melded model, the 60-25-15 with the categories set by staff for us into the categories, and then have us return to you guys our list of how much we would give each one, no more than what they've asked for, not going over the limit of what was in that category, and then that will be the basis for discussion.
What I would suggest is that the council, as you go through the budget process, determine how much do you want to have available, are you going to set aside for those kinds of things? And that may help you decide, or, you can do it the other way around as well, but I promise you the requests can become unlimited. And so if you kind of decide ahead of time, look, we're going to set aside X number of dollars in our budget to go towards these, and then you go through the process and say, okay, where is this going to be allocated? You might find that some years one organization won't, and you'll say next year, maybe, or however you decide to do that. But I agree with you. That should be a council decision, policy decision on that. I don't like having that left to the staff to try to determine who we're going to give this funding to. Certainly have your way of doing it. We'll facilitate it. We'll help you with that. But let them come and yell at you if they don't get what they want.
No, I agree with you. And ultimately, we did decide. The council made the final decision.
See what you just did? So you put the blame back on us. No, I think, Stefan, historically we did put a budget, how much is the limit that we want to be for a nonprofit. But I think, I'm not necessarily, I don't have a position one way or another on it. But I think last year the numbers that staff put pretty much were more or less to where we were, at least for what I submitted, I don't know.
I would agree. I didn't have a significant issue with where the numbers fell out from staff, but I guess the position I'm taking right now is that if the organization that requested money was unhappy with the amount that they got, they could easily blame staff for coming forward with a recommendation of less. Whereas
what is wrong with that?
I just think in those types of cases, that really rests on us. It's very similar to when we're picking people for subcommittees and for community advisory committees.
Councilmember Hindi, I am absolutely convinced that if you give it to staff, we'll do a better job of it than the council will. But it's really not the staff's responsibility, those types of things. I believe firmly that that's something that falls upon our elected officials to make that decision, and let them come to you and lobby you or do whatever it is they're going to do. And our staff will continue to focus on what I believe is our prerogatives and responsibilities, and we'll let you have that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and it's really wasn't meant as a serious. And like I told John, I don't have a position on it either way, but definitely we have done it over the years where council really submitted the amount and basically staff averaged it for us and got it in.
Yeah, I want to concur that we did have a process last year, and we did a good job, and the council put it. I was quite vocal about this last time that the word transparency. Apparently we normally, and there's never been a record indicating that we fund nonprofits prior to the normal time that we fund them at that time. And I would hope it would be the body of this council in the future to make that a policy, because it hasn't been a policy ever that we fund a nonprofit prior to the funding of the other ones, because in true transparency, we don't want to see more nonprofits coming at any point for additional funding. So I would hope that the body of this council would see the wisdom next time when we're doing this, that we do it all at one time and not randomly. Thank you.
If I may just add, be careful not to handcuff yourselves too much, though, when it comes to the budget and unforeseen things that come up. I agree that should be the goal, is that you get these things taken care of once per year. But it's not a perfect world, and sometimes things come up, issues come up, a need comes up, and I would hate to see the council put themselves into a position where they're not even allowed to make a decision on that. and legal counsel can jump in and say it's a policy. You can break policy anytime you want. Really, it's not in stone. It's a guiding principle. But and maybe a policy is okay for that reason. But just be careful that you're not creating additional hurdles if the need arises.
No, I appreciate the comment by the Vice Mayor, and we have had some of those situations occur. One of them was called a pandemic, and we stepped aside and we started giving funds to the schools and things like that. So I do appreciate the input. To help staff, is there opposition to the idea of what I've proposed about having staff kind of put the framework together, but those assignments of funds be rest with the council? Is there any opposition to that?
I have no opposition other than I have to see it in practice. I have no problem with take a shot at it this year. Then I can complain or give you kudos.
It's probably not going to be too super different from when you were on. You guys discussed each one of them, I believe, and assigned it a meeting. And there was a lot of work that went on at the meeting. In this process, it seems to we do most of the work on our own, and it really streamlines the process at the meeting as well.
I would suggest, as Vice Mayor Sullivan has indicated, that you have a submittal period for people who are seeking funding, and that is kind of an annual thing that you do, of course, because there is a great deal of validity in what he's saying there. You have that decision process. You allocate those funds. If you want to keep in reserve some of those funds, just in case something else comes up, that's your decision.
I totally agree. And the process that we had in the staff report about the timing of things, I'm totally fine with. I think, I don't know what staff member would actually be responsible for this, but hopefully what has been presented is fairly clear. And that would be, is that the last item of direction you guys needed?
That is correct.
All right. And Denise, on this one, I know it's a minute order. We don't have to recap every piece of information we've given, just by minute order accept the direction provided?
Correct.
So we're looking for a motion to, by minute order, provide the direction to staff in the preparation of the budget.
Move to provide direction to staff by minute order on the 6 items as discussed during the meeting.
Second. We have a motion and a second on providing the staff with direction. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Any abstentions? And a question I probably should have asked beforehand, does staff have any questions?
Now we're good. I think we got a lot of good information here from you.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Mr. Mayor, my notes do not indicate that we took public comment. Can you just check one more time to make sure there was no public comment?
I thought I had, but I'll check again. Rob, is there anybody on Zoom with a comment?
I'm okay, on the way to.
All right, thank you. And that being the last item on our agenda, this meeting's adjourned. Patrick, return to us.
you.